Folks, we are live from Democratic National Convention here in Chicago at the United Center, the home of the Chicago Bulls. You will see to my far left the chair of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, and Bobby Henry, and the president of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. Make It Plain, MIP, in conjunction with the NNPA, and let it be known we'll be having Stacey Brown join us shortly as we share with you live coverage. We not only, many people don't know this, we know that we have an African-American woman who will be the first African-American woman, Jamaican, South Asian, nominated for the presidency this Thursday. But we have an African-American woman on the Supreme Court, don't have an African-American woman in the Senate. But we have several African-American women who are chairs of Democratic state parties. One of those young women is here, Danielle Monroe Marino, correct?
Yes.
Did I get it right? Okay.
You got it right. And you called me young. I like that.
But you are, aren't you? You are, aren't you?
I'm young at heart.
You're younger than all of us up here, I think. All those old dudes. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Welcome,
Thanks
welcome,
for having me.
welcome to the broadcast. How does this feel?
Oh my goodness. Amazing.
Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Are you Greek?
I am not.
Okay, okay,
I am not.
okay.
Is that okay?
That's
I
okay,
can
that's
stay?
fine, that's fine.
Okay.
That's,
All right.
all are welcome. And I was wondering if you were, in the same sorority as the vice president.
No. No. Just doing the same work.
How are things in Nevada? How's the party looking in Nevada?
The party is looking great in Nevada. I was elected to this position in March of last year and had to come in and rebuild our party. So I was
Really?
Yes.
What's
from
up?
the ground up.
What's up?
My predecessor, let's just say, we didn't have the same goals in heart and mind, and she was not the leader that I am. So when we beat her, we had to replace the entire staff, and I was very intentional of replacing the staff that looked like the state of Nevada. We are a battleground state. We're the most diverse battleground state in the nation, and I wanted my staff to resemble that so that when we sit down and talk about policies and we're talking to people, that I have everyone at the table because it takes all voices. So I'm so proud that I've been able to accomplish that I have a very young, diverse, energetic, capable, and qualified staff running this party. And we are going to win for our president.
What's the role of a state Democratic Party chair?
Oh my goodness. So fundraising is probably the biggest job that I have, to make sure that I have the funds to actually win races, but to have an office and to pay my staff. And when I ran for office, I also serve in the state legislature. So let me back up there.
I'm sorry, I should have said it. You're a state representative?
I am. I'm a state legislator. I serve in our house. I am the first black woman to be in leadership in the Nevada Assembly. I chair the Ways and Means Committee, and I'm the Speaker Pro Tem. So you said, when did I?
Should I have led with that? Speaker Pro Tem. That ain't no small thing.
And I ran because I didn't feel the party chair that we had at the time was helping me and a partner to me in my legislative work as a political leader in my state as a public servant. So coming in, making sure we built out this infrastructure that had a full-time, year-round staff that could go out and work in the communities. And working in the communities means that I have clubs and caucus and county chairs. So I run the state, but I have a chair in almost every county. I have 17 counties in the state of Nevada. And then they do the work in their counties. We overlap that, but at the state level, I have constituency caucuses. So I have a Black caucus, a Latino caucus, a API caucus, LGBTQ caucus, that does the work in their communities. I'm a Black woman who has biracial children, but for people to feel welcome and open to talk to folks, they like to see someone who looks like them, that has the same lived experiences that they have. So my job is to bring unity and community to the party.
Yeah.
And not just on building up to an election day. I believe in being in our community 24/7. So in Nevada, we have quarterly weekends of action where we're just giving back. I ask Democrats to find an organization, an issue that needs service and do that. And we do that from Friday to Sunday every quarter so that they see that we're not just there for a vote, we're there because we care about you. When Democrats run for office, we may run as a Democrat, or we serve everyone, whether you voted for us or not. That's what you're supposed to do as a public servant.
Nevada gonna be blue?
Oh, Nevada's going to be a dark, dark purple because I have some red pockets, but that dark, dark purple is going to vote blue. Does that make sense?
So is there more dark purple than the red pockets?
I have some red pockets, but I got to tell you, so I believe in going to the people. I don't expect people to come to me and talk to me. So just a few weeks ago, we finished up a tour of the entire state. We called it our kitchen table tour. Got in a van. I had Senator Horsford's folks in one car, Jackie Rosen's people in another car. The vice chair, Ken Martin, who's the president of the ASDC, he was in a fourth car. And we did 4.5 days touring the entire state, meeting with people in their communities, in those deep red pockets, on our tribal communities, and in blue communities, and in purple communities. And I was pleasantly surprised that even in those red communities, our meetings, our interaction was in public spaces. There were Democrats, nonpartisans, and Republicans in the room, and people listened. Those that aren't registered as a D, they actually sat and listened because they thought what they were going to do is we were coming in to kind of badmouth their party. And I said, that's not my job. My job as the state party chair is to tell you the good works that we've done, not talk about someone else. I'm here to talk about what Democrats have done at the state level and at the federal level that impact your lives. I want to talk about the infrastructure bill and the money that infrastructure bill has put into the state and the jobs. And Republicans listened. In the entire state, we had one person that was a heckler. I gotta say that's pretty impressive.
That is pretty impressive.
Yes.
That is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
What area do you represent in the state legislature?
Assembly District 1. It's primarily in the city of North Las Vegas.
Okay, outstanding. And what are the demographics in Nevada these days between black, white, Latino, women, men?
Oh, so I have a growing AAPI and Latino population and a growing black population. It's probably about a third Latino, about 12% black, and my AAPI population is progressively growing. I represent a district that doesn't look like me, and that's another thing that's amazing about Nevada. A lot of our black representatives do not represent a quote-unquote black district, but I truly believe when you put the right person on the ballot that's there to serve people, it doesn't matter what their race, skin color, religious beliefs are. If they're there for the right reasons, they will win.
Yeah.
I believe that's why my voters vote for me.
Yeah, that's important. That's a very important point. You obviously are doing a lot. You're registering voters. You're talking about kitchen table issues.
Yes.
You represent a diverse demographic community.
Yes.
Sounds like you're planning to run for president later on down the line yourself. That's what sounds like you
You
getting
know
ready for
what?
me. I don't just huh?
So I'm going to tell you what I tell everyone else. I don't know what my next move is, but I go where God leads me.
Gentlemen, these two gentlemen who obviously are awestruck by you and very impressed by you. They so quiet.
Nevada is one of the most important swing states.
Oh, yes, it is. All roads to the White House lead through Nevada.
And you're the chair of one of the nation's most diverse states.
Yes.
There's a debate in America about diversity, about inclusion, about equity. From your informed, you have lived experiences on these issues. Tell us what the good people of Nevada cherish about diversity.
You know, when you look at our demographics, we are the most diverse battleground state, and it's telling the story of who we are. America was built by immigrants, right? Families came here because they wanted a better future. They were looking for something new, but a lot of our ancestors came on the bottom of a boat in chains and were forced to be here. But we're all here, and we've all played a role in building out this country. We're not where we want to be, but we're not going to let anyone take us back to what we were when we first got here. And in Nevada, a large majority of our residents know that because some are first generation immigrants. Some have immigrant grandparents or great grandparents. They understand that the rich diversity is what makes this nation strong moving forward. And we're not asking for a handout or anything of that nature. We're asking for a fair shot at the American dream. And that American dream isn't the same dream for everyone. And recognizing that and appreciating that.
Well, congratulations on being the Nevada State Chair of the Democratic Party.
Thank you.
And I know your voice and your position will be taken very seriously by other state chairs around the United States. How do you interface with some of the other chairs?
Oh my goodness, it's kind of like a sister and brotherhood. We're definitely a family. It's text messages, emails, we lean on each other. A number of us are elected leaders in our own right, along with being state party chairs. So it's leaning on each other about policy and how did you move this policy forward, or why did it fail, kind of thing. I know in my role, and for most black women, I don't care what the role is, we have to work 3, 4, sometimes 5 times harder than our white counterparts. And we often go through things that no one else goes through. So we have our Black Sisters Chair chat that we can get on and like, okay, I need some prayer today. I need to vent today. Mm-hmm. And it's great to have that sisterhood. But my black brothers, they've always had my back since the day one I got in this position. So we have become a family. And, I say I go where God leads me. I had never thought about running for this role until it kind of slapped me in the face that we really needed another leader to step up. But I know that I'm right where God needed me to be at the right time.
We represent the black press of America, African American owned newspapers. We used to have a member newspaper in Las Vegas. We got to revitalize the black owned newspaper in Las Vegas. How do you view the importance of diversity in the press?
It's vitally important. I believe diversity is important in every occupation, in every aspect of what we do, because I am a black woman that has not had a white woman's experience, lived experience, right? And vice versa. If we are not a part of all of those conversations in every setting, then we're going to be left out. And we can't be left out.
No, indeed. Go ahead, finish point. I'm sorry.
You and I may have a conversation, you view it one way because we both may have a shared life experience, where someone that does not have our life experience might be offended by the conversation. So I think it's vitally important that we have diversity across it.
Yeah.
I was sitting here listening, and you said a lot of things that made a whole lot of sense. But one of the main things that I gleaned from what you said was the fact that there's a divine placement. That was one. The other thing was the unity that you're seeking. But you also said you beat that opponent, and so to me, but not in a negative sense.
No.
It was as if something was wrong, and you had to correct it, and you did that. So my question or my ask would be to those who are allowing you to make history.
Yeah.
7 is a number of completion. But to those who are allowing you to make history, what are you going to give back to them?
Oh my goodness. I'm here because others came before me that opened the door. I have a responsibility to pay it forward, to mentor the next generation of leaders. But also for those voices that didn't have the opportunity to be here, to make sure that those voices are heard. So, yes, I have my young staff that's on my staff, and they're amazing. I don't discount my seniors. I go to them because they're the ones that live stuff. They're the wisdom behind the work that I do. So when I say we have everyone at the table, there's all generations and all diversities at that table.
Yeah.
Good.
We Honored to meet you. Honored to have you. You're going to keep organizing. Now, has the vice president, she has more trips planned to Nevada.
Oh, yes, she
Nevada's in
does.
place. How many electoral votes y'all got?
We have 49. No, we
I thought to say,
don't.
yeah,
We
no,
don't.
ain't even
I wish
electoral.
we did. No,
You
we
guys
don't.
made
We
us
just
count.
just a handful. So.
How many?
But we have 6. But we're important. Those 6
How
votes
does
are important.
Pennsylvania have more electoral votes than y'all do?
You know, how do they? But when you
Slavery.
look at
Slavery.
when you look at how many congressional districts that they have, and that's what it's based on. I have 2 senators, right? Both are Democrats. There are 4 congressional members. 3 of them are Democrats. Stephen Horsford, my congressman, and that one we haven't picked up yet, but I'm working to get that seat.
All right. Danielle Monroe Moreno, the Speaker Pro Tem, should live with that. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. But and you all are having an event too.
Yes, we are.
But all the 7, these are 7. That's right, 7 black women.
7 dynamic, amazing black women chairs.
Well, that's redundant when you say black. Amazingly dynamic. To me, that's the same thing. It's automatic. So when did you all tell us about your event?
It's Thursday. It'll be at the Wonder Museum Thursday afternoon. Some other leaders in the nonprofit world and business world said, you know, we should celebrate you all. And I'm like, that's a great idea. So it's just to get the word out that
Y'all
we
have
are there.
And this is sort of a party, a reception.
Just a reception. It's a reception
Y'all
at the
gonna have
Wonder.
music, gonna have fun here. What's gonna happen?
Now, can we have a party without music and fun and food
All right.
and a few drinks?
I know I can come, but are they invited?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes. Wouldn't be a party without them.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Wonderful, wonderful. Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to have you. And listen, congratulations
Thank you.
on all you're doing. She's called it. Nevada's gonna be. What do we say? Nevada or Nevada?
Nevada.
Nevada. That's
Nevada.
I remember that now. That's what you're supposed to say. Nevada's gonna be blue.
We're going to bring it home
Great.
for the VP to be our president, because the state that I was born and raised in is Arizona. The state I call home now is Nevada, and we will be what makes that west blue wall to bring it home for Kamala Harris.
That's what
Yes.
we need. That's what we need.
All right.
Pleasure.
It's so nice meeting you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
being
having
here.
me.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
As Danielle Monroe Marino leaves us, we've got another party chair that's going to be joining us, correct? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
meeting
We
you.
appreciate you being here. Thank you. 2 party chairs live here at the Democratic National
I said
Convention.
nay when they were calling a roll
And
call.
we
So
are
they were doing a voice
gonna
vote,
be-
and I wasn't paying attention because I was things in, and they're like, all in favor, say aye, and I said aye, and they said, the opposed, say nay, and I go, nay, and the whole group, the whole section from Nevada to South Carolina, all were like, and I was like, what happened? What did I do? And I was like, nay, and I'm like, then they called the phone.
Audio?
They're like, Kansas, and I
Stereo.
was like, yes. When Jamie Harrison gets up there, can you please all say aye?
I mean, it's fine.
Distracted.
Okay, I'm going to need you to stay
all right.
focused.
So now
Stay
we're
focused.
I'm locked in.
Okay.
That's why we have each
I can
other.
bring the volume up on my
Oh.
thing.
I'm hearing it clear.
Is it better now? Is it louder?
Than I hear on the actual live.
Okay, so I turned it up on the thing. Is
I
that
love you
better?
so much. Girl,
I turned it up on the actual
we're
live.
we're in
On the
it.
street,
We're in
I
it.
turned the
We're
volume
in
of the
it.
audio up. Is that
Ready?
better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yours is pretty clear.
Yes.
All right. Well, other folks need to
Let's
speak.
get that mic
said a
back
lot
on
of
her.
things that
Ma'am, can we get your mic, Bobby?
Oh,
Can
I'm
we get
so
her mic
sorry.
back? No, that's fine. You didn't
I'm
know.
running away.
It's easy to walk away with it. It's easy to walk away with it. As we await our next guest, folks, we want to
Bobby, can we get your...
try and check in on what is happening on the
Bobby, can we
floor
get Bobby's mic?
at the Democratic National Convention. Claude Cummings is actually speaking now. I'm going to see if we can bring him to you. Our good friend Claude Cummings, President of the Communications Workers of America.
Yes,
Let's see. Yeah, we're waiting on her. Yes, absolutely.
please.
Gina Repass, chair of the Kansas Democratic Party.
Kansas, all right.
Yes.
Benjamin Chavis, good to see you.
It's so nice to meet
Thank
you.
you,
I think we got it
Thank you
now.
for having me.
So which part of Kansas are you from?
I live in the eastern part, in the Kansas City metro.
Kansas City, okay,
Yes.
great, great.
Gentleman, Gina Repass, chair of the Kansas Democratic Party.
Bobby, we hear Bobby's mic?
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Are you running the other piece?
Yeah. No, not yet. Not yet.
Because you're getting all of.
I know. Well, you kind of started that when you asked me about
Okay,
the setting.
here.
Here we go.
Yes, sir. Please, where do you want it?
Just flip it on you. There you go. There you
Right,
go.
we're getting it started.
Tell me your name again.
Gina Repass.
Repass.
Yes, sir.
How you spell it?
Repass.
REPA. I couldn't tell whether it was a T on it or not.
I know, it sounds like repassed, yes.
And Kansas?
Yes, sir.
You are the Kansas Democratic Party chair
Yes.
in Kansas.
Yes.
Now, our other sister, Danielle, was telling us about, and then she told us later about all these other titles. So let's start at the beginning. You got other titles too? You do other
Right
titles?
now, this is the sole title I'm holding.
Okay. Kansas.
Kansas.
So what's Kansas going to do in November?
Kansas, unfortunately, in November is probably not going to go for our vice president.
Why not? You the party chair. You
I am the pride. Listen, we are carrying the places we can. We are moving in blue directions. Our largest county, Johnson County, went blue. It started trending for President Obama, trended well for candidate Clinton, and then Joe Biden won there. And so we have 5 big counties, and then we have the other next 5, and then we have a whole bunch of others. But our big counties are going blue, and that's what we are working on.
You said Johnson?
Johnson County,
What
Kansas.
cities in Johnson?
That's Overland Park, Kansas, and it's got Overland Park, Lenexa, and Olathe. Those are all going blue.
What county is Kansas City?
Kansas City, so Kansas City, Kansas is in Wyandotte County. That is also a pocket of blue for us.
Okay. Because people get Kansas City, Missouri.
That's correct.
Which one is bigger?
Well, they're pretty equal. I would say Kansas City,
Oh, really?
Missouri has it, but we're really a unified system, and there's a state line. It's just literally a small road. So if you live on this side, you are in Missouri, and on this side, you're in Kansas.
Okay.
So we're all just one big metro.
Is Kansas your home?
Kansas
Been
is my home.
You been in Kansas all your life?
I have not been there my whole life. I've been there almost 20 years, though. I'm native Nebraskan, like our vice presidential candidate.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes.
Were you raised on a farm too?
I was not, but I married someone from the farm.
Okay. So you in the ballpark.
I'm in the bar. I speak farm.
What does that sound like?
It sounds like, let's meet at the co-op and talk about corn prices today. That's what speaking farm sounds like.
Really?
It
Do you
really
do that?
does.
You go meet to talk about corn prices?
When I was engaged, I did. I don't anymore.
You did that. You did that to get through the engagement and get
need-
down the aisle.
That's correct. I had to meet him where he was. I met him where we were, and then he met me where I am.
I heard that. Folks got to meet folks where they are, do what you need them to do. So, what are some of the issues that Kansans are most passionate about this election season? One, and for those who are moving in that bluer direction and are interested in the vice president, what are the issues that make her resonate with them in Kansas?
Wonderful question, and thank you. In Kansas, what's resonating is abortion. Kansas was the first state after the Dobbs decision overturning Roe. We were the first state that had a statewide vote on it. Our legislature tried to amend our constitution so that we would take away bodily autonomy. So we had that vote. They put it on a primary day because in our state, Democrats don't usually vote in primaries because we don't primary each other. So the Republican legislature was trying to sneak that through, change our constitution so they could ban abortion once the Dobbs decision came down. Kansas was the first state to vote. We overwhelmingly, 60 to 40%, voted to protect a woman's right to bodily autonomy. So that is very important to Kansans. So that's something the vice president speaks into so beautifully. The other thing is democracy and freedom. Kansans like to mind their own business. What you're hearing from Governor Walz, that resonates in Kansas. We have a very specific type of conservatism. It's like, you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. If you're not hurting me, I won't hurt you. And if you're in need, we'll be there for you. So we really don't like government overreach in Kansas.
Yeah.
So all of those things, freedom and women's right to choose, those things are resonating in Kansas.
Yeah. So now that's interesting. Even though Kansas is not completely blue,
Oh.
that issue still resonates. So that means you have Republicans in Kansas in that kind of state who were concerned about women's bodily autonomy.
Absolutely, and we were shocked. There were parts of Kansas, in southwestern Kansas, Ford County voted no, which was that's what we needed people to do, by 10 votes. We had other counties where they voted for the amendment, but by like 5 or 6 votes. Overwhelmingly, in the reddest parts of our state, people said stay out of our hospital rooms. Stay away from our women. Anecdotally, I'll give you a story. I was out stumping at the time. I was a candidate for Secretary of State in 2022. I was first ever black woman in our state's 161-year history to be nominated for a statewide office. And so I wanted to protect voting rights. So I won the nomination for Secretary of State. So I was out stumping in the far regions of the state, and I heard 2 men in their Dickies and their work boots sitting at a little bar in one of the towns, and they said, I'm voting no on that thing, meaning they were voting in favor of protecting women.
Wow.
And the other guy said, I've got a daughter, I've got a sister. He said, I'm voting no on that. And that's what carried it. People want you out of their business.
Yeah.
Everyone has a right to their home, to their family, but specifically their body. And men who love women voted to protect the women they love. My husband very clearly said, if something happens to our daughter, something horrible, I don't want someone else telling her what her choices are. Whatever her choice would be, it should be between us, our pastor, and our doctor, not the government.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right. So that's significant. Now, Kansas does not have abortion rights on the ballot, right? I know
We
some
do not.
states have.
Yeah.
Is that something that could happen? Do you all allow ballot initiatives and referenda in a state like Kansas?
We actually do not, and so our legislature has to put those forward. So that's how they tried to sneak it. The legislature voted to put this special amendment to our Constitution and to have us vote on it during a primary, because they thought they'd sneak it past us that way. Well, the Democrats got wind of it. We mobilized.
That's right. Okay.
And,
I think I remember that now.
Yep, we got everybody on board. So
Yeah.
that was good.
This is Mr. Henry, of course, the chair of the board of the NNPA. And
Mr. Henry, a
Dr.
pleasure.
Chambers.
Yes, ma'am, it's my
Yes,
pleasure.
it is an
President.
absolute
I
pleasure,
don't know if
sir.
you've ever been to Kansas or.
Well, you're
Oh, yeah.
welcome.
I've been to Kansas.
What was it, Gates Barbecue? Is that
Yes, we have Gates, we have Arthur Bryant. Every president since, I think they said John F. Kennedy has eaten at Arthur Bryant's. And Gates, if you walk in, they're going to yell at you. They're going to say, may I help you,
Yeah.
please, really loud.
We have 2 papers in Kansas: the Kansas City Star,
The Star, yes.
Kansas City Tribune.
Yes, yes. Glad to have you. Well, you're welcome anytime.
So now, even though you've got a big hill to climb, you're
Yes,
gonna still
sir.
be working hard for the vice president.
Absolutely.
How do you feel about a black woman? Feel like she's gonna win, don't it?
I do, and I said that this morning. The winds are in our favor. The time has come. I was saying, I remember being a young woman, a little girl, when I was in kindergarten. I was 5 years old, and my kindergarten teacher told me black people can't be president. And I remember that story because those are the kind of things that resonate with you. And she was thinking of black people in general, specifically not even a woman, heavens forbid. So now to see a black woman ascending to this role. And I will tell you, in no way, shape, or form am I comparing myself to the vice president, but walking in the places where you are the first, I was the first ever statewide nominee for a statewide office in Kansas. I was shocked at that, but I made it my goal to make sure I wasn't the last. So we just went through our primaries for our general elections. We had more women and more women of color ever in the state's history. And I'm very proud of that as the chair.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a prerequisite, but we've spoken to 2, and both of you have been the first, and you're continuing to make history.
Yes, yes. All 7 of us, by the way. I heard Chair Moreno tell you there are 7 of us.
Yeah.
South Carolina, Michigan, Georgia, myself in Kansas, Oklahoma, Nevada, Oregon. I'm missing one. Who am I missing? Did I say Oklahoma? Michigan, yeah.
Right.
All 7 of us are the first ever in our state to chair the party.
Yeah.
That
So
is the
go ahead, Bob.
umbilical cord, I guess, that binds everything together, bringing
right,
this,
that's
this,
right.
this new birth.
It is, and we will not leave anyone behind. And let me say this, I'm the daughter of a civil rights activist, and my mother was very clear with us that we could not, my brothers and I, we could not take this country for granted. She carried that with her, and she said, you guys are too comfortable. And I said, well, what does that mean, Mom? Isn't that what you guys marched for in the civil rights, so that your children and grandchildren could live in this country in comfort? And she said, absolutely not. We marched and we fought and we went to jail so you could have equal access so that you could have equal rights. Don't you dare get comfortable. Don't take anything in this country for granted. And so that's where I stand on the shoulders of others.
That's right.
And it is my responsibility. And my mom said to me, you're going to go into politics, but not because I'm special, but because the country is special.
Yeah.
Because our rights are special, because they're worth it. So my job is to do this and then to bring others along.
Yeah.
And I will never not thank you for those of you who walked before us. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you for.
But don't thank me because I
continuing
wasn't
your
born
legacy.
yet. I'm younger than them. So don't
Well,
thank me.
look, I'm younger than everybody. As I believe it, as I turned 54 last week.
But now we must march to the polls.
Yes, yes,
We
sir.
must march to the polls
Yes,
in
sir.
record numbers, and not let any voter intimidation or voter suppression keep us from voting.
Yeah, and ignorance. And I will say this, I got my hair done right before we were leaving. My hairstylist, I was talking to her and I was like, I'm going to this convention and I was expecting her to be so excited. I said, we're going to go nominate Vice President Harris. And she goes, well, I think she's just as bad as the other one. And I said, wait,
Lord.
what?
Young person?
Yeah, she's younger than I am, and she starts spouting off stuff that I know she's seeing on TikTok or other, and those feeds keep feeding you. I stayed on the phone with her until I got her set straight. And the entire time I was in her chair, I got her set straight. But that is going to be something else we have to combat. It's the misinformation. She's like, well, they're all the same. She's just as bad. And I'm like, whoa. So I had to educate her. So before we can just tell people to show up, we've got to explain to them why.
That's what we do in the black press.
Yes.
We're the trusted voice of the community, so we got to get that messaging out
Yep.
of the facts about this election.
Yes, and we can't take it for granted. There are those of us who we live this and understand it. There's a whole group of people out here who do not have any idea what's going on. They think that there's equanimity between the Republican platform and the Democrats, and it's all the same. No one does anything for us, and it's just not the truth.
Exactly.
Yeah, we got to keep going.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
It is a joy.
And you all
Thank
having
you.
a party Thursday.
We are, yes.
Are we allowed to come?
Please come. And Cal is your connection, and he will get you there. It is a celebration, Black Power Excellence. All 7 of us first ever Black women chairs on the day that we're going to nominate our vice president. And I will say this about these women. We have become a sisterhood, the best kind of sorority. We all understand what it's like. Some of us are in red states, some in blue states. I'm in a red state with a Democratic governor. So we understand each other's challenges, both as women, as people of color. You have to fight for people's respect. You cannot listen. Our mistakes get amplified, and we lift each other up. So
You plan to go further in terms of running for office?
yes, I absolutely do.
So you're gonna be the next black woman president? Is that
I
your
will be
plan?
the next black woman congresswoman, and then we've never had a black congresswoman, a black congress member from the state of Kansas. I will be doing that next, and then we'll see what the Lord
The
says.
president after that. All right.
If the Lord says so, but thank you.
Great.
I do want to end with
That's
this.
what you
The fourth estate, what you do, is so integral to democracy, and I don't think the press gets enough credit. After Donald Trump has attacked, this is the 4th leg on the stool of democracy. So thank you for this free press, and I appreciate it so very much.
Thank you.
Please
Thank you
come
for
to
being
Kansas
here. God bless.
anytime.
Real
God bless
quick.
you, gentlemen.
Love to come to
Thank
Kansas.
you.
God bless you.
God bless
Keep
you
up the
guys.
great work
Thank
all
you
you're
so
doing.
much.
Sister Repass
Thank you.
is the Kansas State Chair, Democratic Party State Chair, y'all. And we're glad to have her. It's so wonderful to see you. Thank you so much.
Look, I learned the lesson. I followed
Yes,
the
right. You
rules.
didn't know
I
what to
did.
think.
Thank you.
Come on,
Take
Stacey,
care.
sit right here. We are broadcasting live from the Democratic National Field. We're going to try to go to the floor. Greer says the audio will work. We're going to test it out. But first, we want to hear a word or two from Stacey Brown. Taking out his phone. Right? You about to make a phone call. Just set it down.
I'm about to let everybody know I'm with Make It Plain. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm with the.
No, this is Make It Plain, NMP, and Let It Be Known. We all working together.
Well, I'm talking about
It's
Make It
four-
Plain as an individual.
With 4 entities, NMPA, Let It Be Known, Make It Plain, and Greer. These are the 4 entities.
And Greer.
That's what we
That's a special entity.
That's
Yes.
a special entity
Yeah,
right
so, yeah, we
there.
couldn't make
Greer
it.
won an award.
She did?
Yes, she
Here?
did. The NMPA fund.
Oh, that's right. She did. She certainly did. Congratulations to Greer. So, man, how you feeling about this week and people you've been talking to, and how's it looking?
It's it's a lot of history, right?
Yeah.
This is Chicago, and you're talking about the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. This is Jesse Jackson's territory. This is Barack Obama's territory, and this is where they've had 27 other conventions. And I tell you what, when you arrive in Chicago this week, you know that they're having a convention. The way that and we wrote about it on Black Press USA today, but the security, the routes to even your hotels are different. You talk to some local people, and they said it happened overnight. They were shocked at how they were able to execute the plan that they had. They even did something, Bobby and Doc, that was interesting. They made a parade route for the protesters to allow them that freedom to protest. So they circled. They crossed all their T's and dotted all their I's. Now we still got some protests that got a little out of hand.
So it's my understanding that what happened? A barricade fell for the what happened now?
Yeah. So just a couple of them. So we don't want to make too big a deal out of it.
Okay.
They breached.
Okay.
But we're not talking January 6th.
Okay.
But it's been a great. The kickoff's been great. We are here. Look at the company. We got we got the president of the NNPA, the chair of the NNPA. This is great.
So, Stacy and Mark and the chairman, I was here in 1968, and that's a big difference. First of all, Mayor Daley was the mayor in 1968. The police department here in Chicago was brutal in 1968. Today we have an African American mayor and former school teacher who's now mayor, and the police department have a black police chief. So things are different. The security is there, but the security is there to protect the demonstrators as well as protect delegates to the convention. That was different back in 1968. So we, expect that there will be some demonstrations, but we also expect that this is going to be probably the most historic Democratic convention in the history of America.
Well, let me say this too. Let me draw your attention to something that's interesting here. We talked about the protesters and how, as you said, even the authorities, the Secret Service, the state police, local police, protecting the protesters. Now, flip the script. RNC, you had a protester, silent protester, removed. They had the police remove her. She just stood there.
Yeah.
And they had her removed.
Clowns.
It's a different atmosphere.
Yeah, and for me, this is the first. So I had nothing to compare it to. I watched TV and those conventions, but I had nothing to physically compare to what I've seen and witnessed here. To be able to walk on the floor of the convention and all of these delegates and all of these people, the unifying spirit that's floating, that's a breath of fresh air.
Well, look at the message though. The young lady that just performed. I know Mark has taken us to the floor a couple of times here, but the young lady just performed. Now, I had the privilege earlier today of being in the arena when she was doing her sound check. And you know the words in her song? We are all American, no matter what color we are. We are American. We should be. That's the song. She's singing that song. She just sang it a few minutes ago. Total difference than what went on in Milwaukee last month.
This whole change, this entire process has been extremely different, and I dare say that what happens here at this convention is going to change the entire scope of what we know this world to be. I believe that, and I also believe that the people who, the foundation that has caused this change to come, there will be a form of respect given back, not that same self-serving, selfish leadership style. It has. I do believe that this has changed.
Well, Bobby, to eradicate cancer, a person goes through chemotherapy, radiation times, and sometimes the cancer comes back. So the doctor's job is try to get that cancer and make sure it don't come back. And I think what we are seeing here, the potential that November could lead to getting rid of a cancer and making sure that it never comes back, is that's what's really at stake here when you hear people talk, right? Because that cancer has spread badly. Supreme Court has got all of they are being operated on, right? The Heritage Foundation is operating on the Supreme Court. The conservatives and the racists are operating on the Supreme Court. They are festering and making this cancer grow, right? And so, in order to make all these changes, you got to get rid of it.
Yeah, not just a remission.
Right.
But
it's got right. You need a clean bill of health.
Yeah.
And there's only one way to accomplish that.
Yeah.
So, we are all here representing the black press in radio, in print, digital, social media. Our job is not only to give the facts of what happened here and what is happening here at the Democratic National Convention, but our job is also, after this convention, we have to help contribute to keeping this momentum going. We have to contribute to getting the fact. There's so much disinformation. One of the things you were describing, Stacey, is the context in which this convention is taking place. When one of the chairs said that her hairstylist said that there was equivalency between Trump and Harris because she's been fed this equivalent misinformation. So our job is to not just to confront the disinformation, but on the other hand, to give our brothers and sisters that trusted news, that trusted voice, that trusted enthusiasm, that trusted inspiration, that trusted motivation, so that we can have the largest black voter turnout in American history. If we do that, it would give the margin necessary. Because keep in mind, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but Trump won the Electoral College. We got to make sure, I'm almost certain that she's going to win the popular vote, but we got to make sure that Harris and Walz win the electoral vote. So we got our job cut out for us, not only here at the convention, but after the convention.
Mark Morial said something this morning, after you spoke. He was talking about how our young folk are misinformed through the technology, the area of technology with the bots and all of that. So we have to be extremely careful to let them know. If they probably do. They seem to know more about technology than we do, but they're still misled by it.
But and the thing to go along with that, they are misled by the technology. They really are. But to go along with what Dr. Chavis was saying, here's the thing that I think about a lot because Greer mentions it a lot. So what happens, particularly with our young black individuals, certainly in the hip hop community, they go into barbershops, they go into doctors' offices, clinics, and what do they show on television? What station? It's Fox. It's always Fox News. And they don't look, this is his point about the black press being vital, because we are extremely vital. They don't look at anything other than Fox News. And Fox News, they caught on a long time ago. So what do? They put people, I like to say people in blackface, black folks who Malcolm X said the house Negro, the field Negro. So, the house Negroes on Fox. And they spew this disinformation. And Fox know that's why you get some of these rappers who say, we don't like Kamala Harris. Trump is our guy. You ask them why. And they give you the same disinformation that Fox has repeated it. So they've established a mechanism in which to suppress those individuals from expressing their will and what's best for them. So the black press, we're almost 200 years old. That in itself should raise eyebrows. Because what other media business can say that they're 200 years old? But in addition to that 200 years old, we have been, as been articulated, and continue to be the trusted voice. So it's incumbent upon us to strengthen the black press and get the word out. So it's funny, I say strengthen the black press. Well, we got the two power brokers of the black press here, the chair and the president. But we have to support you guys and making sure that the black press is as strong as ever.
The good news, I want to just break a little news here. While we were here at the first day of the convention, we did have a discussion earlier with the Harris-Walz campaign. They reaffirmed a financial commitment to the black press, but they also, were honest. There's been a period of transition between the Biden Harris campaign and now the Harris-Walz campaign. So there was almost a 3-week decisions that had to be made. Who's making the decisions about advertising? How much advertising is going to print? How much advertising is going to digital? How much is going to TV? And now, because of the enthusiasm, the coffers of the Democratic Party are much larger than they were prior time. So proportionally, I have high expectations that this third quarter and fourth quarter of the year, leading up into November, that we're going to see an infusion of not only in the swing states, but in all states, a 50-state strategy that would enable our black publishers to stay in business.
And the key too is not, so folks have to understand, we're not saying that they should just give us money. What we're saying is that it's a partnership.
That's right.
A partnership that's vital, not only for them, but for these 250 black small businesses that comprise the black press of America.
Exactly.
Because if you strengthen those small businesses, those black small businesses, which has been a theme of the Biden-Harris administration throughout their 4 years, strengthening black and small businesses, right? So if you strengthen them, the West Side Gazette, give the West Side Gazette some resources. That way you can hire more energetic young black journalists who can help to defeat the disinformation and the misinformation that we see.
Right.
And that's the key.
Well, one of the things that's been most inspiring about being in this convention, there are a lot of young people here. There are a lot of young journalists. There are a lot of, if you look at those state delegations, young people, the state delegates have more young people than ever before. I think that we need to transfer this kind of diversity back to our states, back to our cities, back to our counties, both urban and rural areas. I'm very thankful that a few weeks ago, the Biden-Harris campaign and administration, rather, gave out $2 billion to black farmers.
And there was
Nobody's never done that.
And the small black Greene County Democrat was extremely helpful in that process to get those black farmers money. Yeah. But one thing I'm gonna say this, and that's kind of comical, but Florida, hell, you couldn't even see our young people. They got us so
they put them in the back of the bus.
Well, I probably has something to do with your government.
Listen, Florida's dead red. So
it has potential.
It has potential.
If we have massive vote out turnout in Florida, Florida could turn blue. But it's incumbent upon all of us, not only in Broward County, and Miami-Dade, and all the other counties where we have concentration, but we got to get that voter turnout.
So let me ask both of you. You
Both
both got
in the past, it's been low voter turnout in this country.
Extremely.
Yeah. You both got a couple of years on me, at least. The enthusiasm, you talk about the enthusiasm that you see here at the convention, you've seen now for about a month since Vice President Harris was the nominee, or at least President Biden stepped aside. Have you seen in your time, and I know, Doc, for you, you've seen a lot when it comes to the political field. Have you seen anything like this before? Because we're talking in a 3.5-week period. She's record fundraising. She's black women for Harris, black men for Harris, white dudes for Harris,
Republicans for Harris.
Republicans for Harris. Have you seen anything like this before?
I think it's unprecedented. So in my 70 years or more,
Or more?
I have not seen anything like we've seen in the last 3 weeks.
Right.
In my 60 years or more, you know, I've
Well,
never
we're
seen
getting younger, aren't
yeah,
we?
right. I've never seen anything like this, and so that's why it makes me feel and say that there's truly a change. I mean, it's a not only a physical change, there's some mental changes going on too, and as well as some spiritual changes. It is a force to be reckoned with, and we can't do it from the sideline. You know, it is causing everybody to get involved from all levels. You know, I mean, we saw during Obama time. I mean, I can remember standing in line and the brothers coming in with that good cologne on, you know, and pants hanging off the hips, but they stayed there. You know, it was like that was their purpose.
Right.
So purposes are being redefined in this movement.
Yeah.
You know, and that's remarkable.
So the president's going to speak tonight, and he'll fly out afterwards. But what are you expecting tonight from the president?
Well, I don't think it's going to be a farewell speech. I think what President Biden is going to do is to embrace Kamala Harris. He not only passed the baton to her, he is now, as the president of the United States, campaigning for his vice president.
Right. Whereas the other vice president, the previous administration, wait a minute, he wanted his vice president hung.
Oh,
That's right. That's a big difference.
you know, now let's go to the Olympics for a moment. Okay, doing the relay, you know how you're supposed to
Pass
pass
the
the
baton.
Okay, so I think what President Biden is doing right now, he's passing the baton, but he's running as far as he could.
As far as he could.
Yeah. And so he won't get Harris disqualified by keeping her. You know, don't let her go outside the box without getting it.
I think it's interesting, Dr. Chavis, and I know you can speak to this. I think it's very interesting, two things, with Biden and Harris. With Biden, we heard some skeptics in the black community. They talked about the crime bill, right? With Vice President Harris, there were skeptics that talked about her record as a prosecutor. But there was a lot of misinformation on that, too. We saw that with the comedian, D.L. Hughley, who said he finally looked it up. He finally did his homework and realized how wrong he was about her record as a prosecutor. So you have two individuals here with Biden and Harris who had to, maybe they didn't feel like they had to, but to some in the black community felt like they had to prove themselves all over again. That's a tough hill to climb for many people, but it seemed like they did it.
Well, you know, here's what I see. I see a convicted felon with 34 convictions.
Felonies.
I see a sexual abuser who's been convicted of sexual abuse. I've seen someone who's getting ready to be sentenced for fraud in the state of New York. And so I don't think there's any equivalency. But at least Biden and Harris have a track record. Trump has no track record. So I think the fact that both of them, first on the crime bill, see, I was around at that time. The majority of the Congressional Black Caucus supported the crime bill.
A lot of clergy.
Right, supported because of the rise in crime in the black community. Obviously, everybody realized that was not the way to remedy the situation because it led to disproportionate incarceration of people in our community. When D.L. Hughley sought out Harris's track record, it turned out not to be
Right.
negative. But that's part of the disinformation that the Russians, the disinformation that the far right wing put out there, trying to put that jacket on her. But the jacket, like the glove didn't fit OJ, the jacket does not fit her.
It doesn't fit.
You know, there's a difference between a track record and a criminal record. you got like you stated, you know, a convicted felon, a rapist. You know, how does that compare to funding HBCUs, increasing jobs? How does that? There's no comparison.
The Inflation Reduction Act.
There's no comparison.
And then just finally, in 3 weeks, Kamala Harris has changed sorrow into joy. Has changed hopelessness into hope. Has changed alienation into engagement. And that's what we're witnessing here in Chicago, inside the United Center where the Democratic Convention is held.
Yeah, there's a certain air that's going on here, right?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. It's like, okay, usually when plates shift, when the what do you call those platelets in the earth, when they shift, you
I was never good at
earthquakes.
science.
Platonic
Platonic plates. When they shift, you got an earthquake.
Platonic
Yeah,
plates.
man. So there's some shifting going on here, man.
Yeah.
There's a real shifting.
Is it sustainable though? Is it sustainable through November 5th?
That's our job. Our job is to make sure that this momentum is sustainable to the extent to which our people get the right information, the extent to which they get the right information in a timely fashion. And when I spoke to the Louisiana delegation earlier today, I'm just going to tell you, and I said the same thing on WVON a little while ago, I'm probably going to go down to Georgia and get arrested again.
Uh-oh.
Let me know. I'll drive the truck.
We're going to rent a truckload of water, and we're going to pull it right up to those long lines of people standing in the sunshine voting. Because to me, when an immoral law is put into place, that law must be challenged. It cannot be tolerated. It cannot be condoned. It has to be challenged. Giving a bottle of water to somebody standing in the hot sun is not only the moral thing to do, it is the right thing to do, and in the sight of humanity. And that just shows you how these voter intimidation tactics and laws have been put in place to try to make it a hardship for people to vote, rather than, we're in a democracy, we should be encouraging people to vote. And that's what the MAGA Trump people, I just call them, they're madder.
Madder.
MAGA is madder. Because they're mad because now Kamala Harris has excited the American people across lines of race, across lines of socioeconomic circumstances, across gender lines, across all the lines. People are enthused. And that, your question, Tracy, whether or not this can be kept, this momentum, I would predict that the momentum is going to increase
Right.
after the convention.
I would say so too. Yeah.
Well, they usually get a bump.
Yeah.
She is, and again, one of the things that, as you gentlemen know, with the black press, we don't put a whole lot of stock in polls. But having said that, she has now, according to several polls, including the Siena poll, has hit the 50% mark, which is huge nationally. She's hit the 50% mark, which means that she is really in the driver's seat. And generally, these conventions do give the candidate a bump. Now that bump could take her, who knows, to 55%, which would mean that this thing is threatening to become a runaway. Now you don't want to get too excited about it.
Not get to, we got to be vigilant.
Yeah.
But I'm a closet poet. So to
You gotta
me,
get out the closet, Doc.
So to me, this is not only going to produce a bump, but I think this is going to produce a thump. You know, a clapback is coming.
This is a it's a feeling of it's a euphoric feeling, but but it's the kind that's not induced by substance.
Right.
You know, this is the one that's needed, and I'm like you, Doc. I believe that
like
this
a revival,
momentum.
right?
Yeah, it is, and everybody's involved with it.
Right.
Yeah, well,
So
just
I
in
remember somebody
the
to break out there on the stage and holy dance.
It might.
oh gosh.
You might come down the aisle. Doc. You might.
Listen, in a little while, the president of the United States will grace that stage, and you know this place is going to erupt.
Oh, man.
It's going to absolutely erupt. We're at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, historic Chicago, with Make It Plain, Let It Be Known, and the, of course, NMPA, Black Press of America. We got the chairman, Bobby Henry of the West Side Gazette.
Absolutely.
And of course, the president and CEO who needs no introduction, Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr.
Well, it's my honor and privilege to be here amongst our colleagues. And I know a lot of our publishers, a lot of our readers across the country are listening to this live at blackpressusa.com and other channels. We're honored to be here.
Oh yeah.
On behalf of more than 200 African American publishers, on behalf of 50 million African Americans, and on behalf of millions more of our ancestors and people of African descent throughout the diaspora, we're here on their behalf, and it's an honor and a privilege.
And so the week is just begun, really. As we said, the president will speak tonight. There's going to be, obviously, the vice president will have her time and become officially the nominee. Michelle Obama is expected to attend and speak. Barack Obama. Of course, we probably going to hear from the I was going to say the Kennedys, the Clintons. And we're going to have some surprise guests, I'm sure. There's talk of folks like Beyonce and Taylor Swift. What are you looking forward to most this week, guys?
Well, you know, I think that when President Biden speaks tonight, and when Vice President Harris speaks on Thursday night, there not only is going to be an unprecedented roar of acceptance in this convention center, but I think in every home, in every hamlet, in every city, from the mountains to the coast, people are going to be much more enthused about their future. It's a lot of weight, actually, to become a president of the United States of America. A lot of weight. Kamala Harris's hair is going to turn gray.
Join the club.
You know, but that's what happens because of the weight. So here we have is a sister who's really sacrificing for the sake of the nation. And she's facing a media that was not friendly to her. She's facing,
It's still not friendly.
She's facing donors who now are coming around, but a little reluctant. But one of the things I think is going to help propel her, because we found out statistically, most of the money is being raised in small amounts. Small people are giving.
Yeah.
I mean, people are giving
That's
small
what makes
amounts.
that so
Yeah.
impressive.
That's right. So she has a mass movement that has emerged on the national scene. And I think that, you know, people see this pendulum swing, Stacey and Mr. Chairman. People want to be on the winning team,
Yeah.
you know. And so I think this momentum is going to continue.
And you ask what do we want to see from this? The same amount of enthusiasm that went with Asian for VP Harris, white folk for VP Harris, black men, black women, Republicans. I want to see that same amount of support be extended when when it don't look too good. You know, when she's confronted with this non-friendly media, or
I mean,
Trump himself.
we here on Media Row.
Yeah.
So, you know, I got big ears.
Yeah.
So I've been listening to some of the commentary from some of the so-called mainstream press, even here, Stacey. And it's been always trying to establish some kind of equivalency
Yes.
between Trump and Harris. When there is no equivalency.
Wait a minute, hold up. I thought he said he looked.
He said he looked better than her.
Well, I don't know what broken
Right.
mirror he's looking at.
Right, right.
Man, but you're right, man. This here was supposed to be a non-biased reporting.
But see, here's the thing. Trump is a young man. What is wrong with the millions of people that support him? So, you know,
Remember,
Folks, we just want to jump in. We switched the mics, so gentlemen, speak into these mics if you don't mind.
okay.
and
I did.
And remember, along that line, you know, President Biden got the most votes in history, 81 million. Well, Trump got the second most in history, 77 million. 77 million people supported him in 2020.
Right.
Right. So, you know, we got our work cut out for us. I'm enthusiastic tonight. We'll be enthusiastic Thursday. But I'm going to be even more enthusiastic when I leave this convention. We got to roll up our sleeves. We got work to do.
Right.
We're going to throw it back tomorrow.
We're going to be joined. I need a chair.
Yes.
We're going to get the governor
Yes.
of New Jersey. And Corey.
Governor of my state.
The senator and the guy. We got New Jersey in the house. Slide down, Ben. Slide down one, Dr. Tavis. Come on, y'all. Have a seat.
Honored to be with you, sir.
Come on.
Where do you want me?
Make it. Hey, man. How are you? Good to see you.
very well.
Good to see you. Is Corey joining us too?
No, he's gone.
Where'd he go?
He went behind door number 3.
Oh, he was just teasing us.
You said you want me here?
If you want, yes. How are you?
Thank you.
Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey, here as we broadcast live from the Democratic National Convention. Governor Murphy meets Stacey Brown, Chief Correspondent of the National Newspaper Publishers Association.
Honored.
The Black Press, President of the National Newspaper Publishers Association.
President of New Jersey.
Where?
In Montclair.
I love that, the People's Republic.
Yes.
I love that.
How are you, man? This is
I'm
exciting
doing
time.
great. Thanks
This
for
is
having me.
exciting time. This is exciting time, isn't it?
Big week. I mean, we've had an extraordinary month as a party and as a nation, and this is going to be a big week.
What are you most expecting to be the takeaway from this experience this week?
I think we'll see the president tonight in an extraordinary moment, maybe unmatched since Bobby Kennedy walking out of Atlantic City all those years ago, great state of New Jersey. And we're going to see the torch passed, I think, seamlessly to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I really believe that. There's as much excitement in the party right now as I can recall.
Yeah.
It's as diverse excitement, including age. We have young people excited, which is something that I think we were all a little bit concerned about. Black, brown, women, men, LGBTQIA, college-educated, non. A lot of the vectors are pointing in a good direction right now. You can never take anything for granted.
Yeah, of course.
We've got to work our tail off for the next 2.5 months. We all know that. And we're up against a formidable foe. But, boy, I'll tell you, I'd rather be playing our hand than their hand right now.
You know, Governor, we often hear about the stimulus checks from the pandemic, and then President Trump signed those stimulus checks, $1,200. But I want folks to know that over the past, I think since 2018 or 2019, New Jersey residents have been getting twice a year, I believe, $1,500. These are property tax rebates.
Yes.
And these are real checks. And you know why I know they're real? Because I got a couple of them.
I love it.
But Governor, having said all that, let me ask you this. We talked about the enthusiasm of the Vice President.
Love her.
Prior to that, though, a lot of family business, Democratic family business, was aired out in the public.
Yes.
What was that like for you? A long time, loyalist to the party. What was that like? And frankly, where did you stand in all of that?
Well, listen, first of all, you're absolutely right about the property tax rebates. It's the Anchor program, and we means test most of our programs in New Jersey. So if you make less than $150,000 and you're a senior, you hit the jackpot. If you make less than $250,000, you're still doing darn well. So God bless you for
He never cast his check. He don't even know it's there. He doesn't take to his mail. That's his bill.
That helps us in our surplus at the end of the year in New Jersey. Where was I? I'm a loyal guy. So my wife and I threw Joe Biden's last fundraiser, actually 2 nights after the debate. We had always seen this as perhaps not uncompetitive, but that the vice president was always in a very good position. This consolidated almost like a lightning bolt. You all saw it as I did. At 1:46 in the afternoon on that Sunday, July 21st, and everything started to fall into place. If that had been a year earlier, my guess is we would have had a number of folks looking at this, which is, by the way, not a bad thing. But the vice president consolidated this in an extraordinary fashion, certainly with help by endorsement from the president, and the rest is history. I don't think we've had in our party, perhaps in political, in either party in our history, have we had a 4-week and 1-day period like the one that we've just had.
So, Governor, what can you say about voter turnout? Because the margins, not just in the swing states, but even in all of the states, we should not take any vote for granted.
100%.
We represent the black press of America. How important would you say the black press would be to help make sure that there'd be a massive voter turnout in America?
Hugely important. I mean, I come from the school of Al Gore winning the black vote 92-8. John Kerry 94-6. I won the black vote twice 94-6, and I wouldn't have been elected nor re-elected without the black vote.
Certainly.
So, and the black press has an enormous role to play. One of my mentors in life was Julian Bond. I served on the national board of the NAACP, and that's a lesson I learned from Julian way back when, who, by the way, left us far too soon. That's a separate observation.
Certainly.
But turnout is huge, and it's not just the margin, it's the volume. And we had an uncomfortable, I think all of us had a sort of an uncomfortable feeling a month to 3 months ago that the turnout, enthusiasm was not necessarily there. The margins were a little tighter than we'd like. I think we've turned that back, but we can't take any of that for granted. And the black press plays an enormously important role in making that turnout happen.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you.
So, you're feeling good. You mentioned, we all do, you mentioned this is hard work, though.
Yeah.
But it looks like the numbers are getting better every day.
They are. So here's the way I think about it. We're up,
Yeah.
but it's middle to late third quarter. And as we've seen too many times over the years, you can sort of check the box and think you've won it, and guess what? They catch you. So the key for us right now is let's be exuberant about the past 4 weeks and a day.
Right.
Let's thank President Biden for a selfless act, almost unlike any in our nation's history. But let us drop the hammer. Let us not take one thing for granted, because we are up against, whether we like it or not, a formidable foe, and we must win this.
Before we let you go, and I know Mark will obviously have the last question, but obviously some relationships have to be mended after what happened.
Yep.
Do you foresee that happening
Yes.
in the near future?
I'm highly confident. Again, this is an unusual period of a month that we've never lived through before, but I'm highly confident that will happen, and that's what we need. I was the National Finance Chair for the Democratic National Committee in 2008, and when Barack Obama became the putative nominee in early June, I think it was June 4th when he won Indiana, California, there was a lot of tension, a lot of bad blood between the camps. And the commitment then was, you know what, we have to find a way to come together. It didn't happen overnight, but it happened, and he won. And I feel like there may be tension. It's a fraction of what it was in '08. And I'm highly confident we will all get together on this one. There's too much at stake to be otherwise.
Lastly, I just want to be sure, and I'm sorry, I should know this.
No worries.
This is your second term.
My second term, I'm term limited.
You are term limited.
So I am governor of New Jersey until January of 2026.
So what's next for you?
I don't know. I may come back and be one of you guys.
Come on and join us.
I love this.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but a classmate of mine, it seems as if, and he has entered the race and made an announcement, the mayor of Newark.
Yo, I love him.
Are you endorsing? Or you getting involved?
No,
in
it's
that?
a crowded field. So
Is it really? I didn't know how many
Yeah.
people win. Okay.
There are going to be 5 or 6 Democrats and 4 or 5 Republicans. I love Raz.
Yeah.
I love him. He's done a great job. He continues to do a great job in so many respects. There's a handful of communities, you all know this. As they go, Jersey goes, and Newark is at the head of that list.
Good job.
And he's done a great job. I think the world of the guy. But in terms of an actual endorsement, only because there's a crowded field of a lot of qualified folks, I'm going to sit back for now.
And you got over another year left. You don't need no enemies.
I got a year and a half to go. I need Raz and everybody else on my side.
And condolences as well, because you lost, was it last year, the lieutenant governor?
A year ago, 2 weeks ago, Sheila Oliver, who was a giant.
No question
and
about
died suddenly, and God rest her soul. She was an icon, and her memory is an icon. We've been fortunate enough to have another superstar step in, Tahisha Way, who's our Secretary of State of New Jersey. The Lieutenant Governor has to have a day job in one of the cabinet positions.
Certainly, okay.
So Sheila was the head of the Department of Community Affairs. Tahisha's the head of the Secretary of State, which is elections and all the stuff that is so important, and she's a rock star as well. But God rest Sheila.
Lieutenant Governor has to have a day job. So unlike North Carolina, if you leave, like you here, the Lieutenant Governor.
I can't even, guys. I can't even begin on that guy. And I saw Trump the other day in Raleigh giving him a lot of kudos. I'm thinking this guy and my buddy Roy Cooper, to your point, has to be careful about leaving the state.
And I'm sure that in and into the calculus, because he was in the list.
Yes.
I'm sure that had to go into the calculus.
He didn't say that to me, but it had to be.
Yeah, that's...
How could you be campaigning in a battleground state and have the other guy running the state?
Yeah. God bless you, my friend.
I love it. God bless you, Reverend.
Good to see you.
They're yanking me. Good to see you. I'll see you back home.
No, that was good. Thank you for the time, man.
Take care. Thanks
we'll
for
see you
having me.
soon.
See you.
Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey, as we are broadcasting live from the DNC. Hey, Lisa. All right, have a seat. Have a seat if you would.
Good to see you.
Lisa Sharon Harper joins us from Freedom Road.
Hi, nice to
Dr.
meet you.
Chavis. Is it you leaving the station? What station? Don't go far.
This is a good one. I'll come back after.
Because we're going to go to the floor.
Okay.
Don't go far.
Yes.
How are you?
I am very well, thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see you. So, how are you finding the convention, and what are you hoping to see and hear and have accomplished? I think I already know, but I want everybody else to hear from you.
Well,
I know how she thinks. We text each other all the time.
We do. Good friends.
And I'm trying to keep her on her best behavior.
Oh, goodness. Well, I don't know. You're going to have to try very hard. No, I'm actually really excited for what I see happening in the stadium. When I flew into Chicago, you could feel the energy. You could feel the hope.
Right.
And you could feel the love. Mm-hmm. Even on the plane, there was kind of a different feeling on the plane. My plane coming in from Philadelphia, hello, somebody, right?
All right.
From Philly was packed at 6 a.m.
Wow.
Okay, 6 a.m. And so, there's a lot of energy and a lot of hope right now.
There is. Obviously, the big issue for you and a lot of us is Gaza.
Yes.
So, where do you stand? Now, I had to say to another friend of ours, Du Bois wrote about how we as black people have to navigate two irreconcilable strivings, double consciousness while we're here in this country. How are you navigating the
Well,
two irreconcilable strife.
You have seen me navigate this, right? And I mean, it is, here's the thing, as a black woman, we live on the bottom rung of the hierarchy of human belonging in the United States of America. And I strongly believe in what Dr. King said, which is injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So when I saw what was happening in Gaza, there was no way that I could stand silent, and even in the face of Kamala Harris now accepting the nomination for the presidency, I cannot allow that to overshadow the reality that injustice is happening and therefore threatening black women and black men and black children and black families everywhere. As Gaza goes, so we can go. So it's imperative that we actually stand up for justice for the people of Gaza and Palestine as well.
Yeah, so are you, there's an issue now before us, and I've not shared this with others yet. The Palestinian community, well, allegedly, there will be hostage families, or one hostage family speaking this week. I still haven't got real confirmation on that, but let's assume for a moment that's true. The Palestinian community is advocating, and others are advocating, that there should be an affected Palestinian family. This lost loved ones. Right.
I mean, this is America. This is the United States of America. We have a pluralistic society. Our society does not only represent one side of that equation, and we need everyone's votes. So therefore, all of the people groups that are affected by this conflict need to be represented. And I mean, I'm working with evangelicals for Harris.
That's right.
Right? So this is a faith-based, faith-rooted, grassroots movement that literally kind of rose out of nowhere and is calling on us to reach for our best selves, to be our best selves, to actually draw from love. How can we do that? How can we live? How can Kamala, how can Tim Walz, how can anyone who goes up to that platform call for us to be people of love and hope and freedom, and yet not fight for the freedom equally for the people of Palestine?
That's right.
And that means that we need to give the uncommitted voters a voice on that stage. We need to give a Palestinian person a voice on that stage. Otherwise, we have no integrity with which to call for freedom anywhere else in the world.
Do you feel that she has, however, spoken and in a different voice and kind of distinguished herself from the rest of the Biden administration?
That is, and you have no idea how many people, on my Instagram feed, I post and I have put forward messages that have lifted up the ways that I see her tacking away from the Biden policies. But she is the vice president. She's not the president. She literally does not have the ability to create policy. She only has the ability as the vice president to support the policies of the president. So the reality is we don't know yet what her policies are. What we do know is how she feels. We know that she's disgusted by the death that she sees.
Right.
We know that she has called ceasefire. That was also something that the Biden administration called for, but she was the first to utter the words ceasefire in that administration. That gives me hope. It gives me hope that when she spoke with Netanyahu, she told enough of the business that happened in there that he got mad at her because he was going to try to spin it, but she did not allow him the space to spin.
That was not a friendly photograph. It wasn't a warm one, like us taking a selfie.
Exactly.
The body language was clear.
Exactly. So that's what gives me hope. It gives me hope that on the other side of this election, when she wins, that we will have a president who not only understands from a human point of view what it's like to be a mother, what it's like she actually has mothered the children of her husband, what it's like to feel and actually connect with another person through compassion. But she also will be someone who will move us forward in policy and shift direction.
You know, Dr. Chavis and Lisa, we have a tendency in this country, especially those of us who are the most progressive and furthest to the left, to raise questions 120 days before an election. We don't start after the election day in November to build third parties or to change cultures and conditions. So I was having a conversation with Linda Sarsour this morning and with Joy Reid. And we're talking about, well, how do we make sure we're not in this position again? And I said, well, first of all, we can't wait 70 days out to change a culture whereby African American leaders and electeds pay an extraordinary price for defending Palestinian people and Palestinian causes, because that's what happens. And in fairness, you know, being kind of in the middle of a lot of these talks between the campaign and the movement, well, you know, Mark, if she goes too far, they'll Jaime Town, like Jesse, they'll take her out. And I don't mind disclosing, there are those who are still crying anti-Semitism because she did not pick Shapiro. We as black folk, the anti-Semitism criticism hits us harder, and we usually have to pay a heavier price. Chuck Schumer can say, we need regime change in Israel, and literally nothing happened to him. We said, oh, no, you as black folk are infantilized. You cannot speak in that way. So at some point, we have to figure out a way that we can say things and build an environment that there are no consequences for the political positions we take versus the political positions of others. Because that is in the calculus. It's not just that she will be the president, prayerfully, we believe that, but being a black president and a black woman president, a president of color, that alone, in this environment, compromises. And she's done a lot saying what she's saying. A whole lot of folk wouldn't have even risked that. And the further she goes,
It's actually really true.
you know, so that's a whole nother piece of this, Lisa, that we're treated different when we speak certain truths to things.
Can I say one thing, and then I actually do want to hear what Dr. Chavis has to say, is that I think that her choice not to go with Shapiro was incredibly courageous and showed us something about her and about us. Because the fear that you put forward is one that would actually make many people not have done that and gone with him, because the tidal wave of the media and the pundits were all in his favor. And yet she did not go there. And if she had, it would have, I believe, ripped apart the Democratic Party for a generation. The next generation or two would not have gone with the Democratic Party. They would have been disillusioned completely.
Agreed.
That said, the choice that she made, the way that it was responded to by the rest of the country, it showed us something. I think that we are ready. We are ready to see the truth because we've all seen it on Instagram. We are watching this genocide. We can't be messaged in the same way that we were usually messaged around this issue, because we've seen the dead bodies.
So, you know, I was the youngest person on Dr. King's staff. I've been working in the movement a long time. And I remember in 1967, Dr. King spoke out against the Vietnam War. He was really criticized because they said that was anti. But now people realize that Dr. King was right. Why do I make reference to that? You know, yes, he said, an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So we have to look of where the threats to justice are going on. And I think that what I would want to see happen is for the Israelis and the Palestinians to sit down, not just have proxies, but to sit down at a table. I believe in the oneness of humanity. I teach a course at Duke University right now. I kind of startled my students when I said, look, the truth is, there's only one race, the human race. But we can't allow these forces of history to divide, to make us think one group of the human race is less desirous to live over another group of the human race.
That's exactly right.
That when you, to me, I would say, Dr. King would also say today, a inhumanity in a way is a threat to humanity everywhere.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward. I was asked to participate. I have an enormous number of Jewish friends that I work with even today. And we have these discussions. I went to Israel recently and I wanted to speak to my Palestinian brothers and sisters, and they allowed me. I spoke to the Palestinian Authority while I was in Israel. But my thing is, we have to tone down, in my view, some of this hate, some of this, the absence of love, the absence of respect. You say you're working with evangelicals.
Yeah.
I really think, even on a spiritual plane, we have to see each other's humanity,
Yes. Amen.
not each other's inhumanity.
Yes.
So that's kind of where I come from. You know, I want to say that I think in every tragedy, and certainly in the Middle East right now, it's a tragedy. But what can we learn from this tragedy? So history doesn't repeat itself. And it's so unfortunate that sometimes the tragedy makes us become tragic ourselves, rather than rising above it to try to make sure that this never happens again. You know, so I have not lost hope. I believe in a two-state resolution.
Yeah.
But I believe that we have to facilitate not the pointing of fingers, but the embracing of our common humanity. That's where I come.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah, very, very, very important. And so, folks, we are here live. Lisa Sharon Harper is here. This is historic. We look forward to it. And what we're going to do now, we're going to go live into the hall. Lisa, first of all, thank you for coming to see us.
Absolutely.
Don't leave for a moment. I need to talk to you offline,
Okay.
as usual. And, folks, we're going to try now, Greer, to take our audience into the hall here at the DNC, and I think we may be able to get that done.
Wow.
And see what is taking place as the audience sees it. And then we will rejoin you throughout. We have other guests that are going to be joining us. We will be rejoining you as well ourselves. So stay tuned. MIP, the NNPA, and Let It Be Known, all here at the DNC.
Please welcome United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain.
Thank you for that.
All right. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class. On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance. Two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scab. That's not just my opinion, that's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here. It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike. And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Please welcome New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Chicago! Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then only through the miracles of democracy and community that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as presidents and vice presidents of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Wow. How about that AOC? Good Lord. So Kamala Harris's story begins in a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay. Yeah. In a modest apartment above a nursery school, in a close-knit community where people looked out for one another, with a mother who instilled in Kamala Harris the core principles that have defined her life in public service. These are the experiences that made her the leader she is today.
The neighborhood we grew up in was a very hardworking, middle-class, tight-knit community. Families going to church on Sunday, kids playing in the front yard. Mommy got us these bright blue matching bikes with banana seats, and we were surrounded by caring adults.
This neighborhood on Bancroft Way, we've spent so much time here. Behind me is where it all began. Her mom, Shamala, rented the apartment that was above the Shelton's nursery. So in the beginning, Mrs. Shelton used to babysit the girls.
Shama was a single mom. Life was not easy for them, but she loved her daughters fiercely.
Kamala herself says that her mom told her that she may be the first to do many things, but to make sure that she's not the last. She's always been that kind of person, a true leader, and very protective of her friends and her family.
When Kamala was all of 4 years old, her best friend in kindergarten, Stacy Johnson, got into something with another kid on the playground.
This one particular day, we had made some clay art, and this one boy in our class had taken mine for whatever reason and threw it on the ground, and it shattered. So Kamala, being very protective, just jumped in front of me and stood up to him. To me, that shows the kind of person that she has always been, to stand up to the bully and to stand up for the underdog and to stand up for what is right.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion. And I have seen it over and over again in our growing up. When we were in high school, my sister's friend, Wanda, was being molested by a family member. And Kamala just jumped in. She wanted her to come and stay with us, and Mommy said, of course. That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
Please welcome Stacey Johnson Batiste and Doris Johnson.
Good evening. I'm Stacey Johnson Batiste, and this is my mom, Doris Johnson. We are so excited and honored to be here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies. I have seen it time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you, my fellow Democrats. Thank you, my fellow Americans. Thank you so much. You know, thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country.
something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless Black Congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. families building better lives, parents stretching to afford childcare, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. But we also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
I think it's fair to say that we all stand on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton. So, I'm just checking. Are you ready to join this fight yet? Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Now, what does fighting for the people exactly look like? Let's go back to 2011 when Kamala Harris was Attorney General of California. The housing crisis had devastated American families, and the big banks had forced Californians out of their homes. Well, Kamala Harris stood up to those banks, and she secured a $20 billion settlement for California families. That is fighting for the people. And that is something that our next speaker knows all about. Please welcome the fearless fighter from South Carolina, Congressman Jim Clyburn.
Thank you.
Clyburn's coming on now.
Thank you.
Folks, we were going to talk to Melanie Campbell. We can't cut into Clyburn, so hold on a minute. We're going to see what Jim Clyburn has to say.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him. I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences. In the introduction of my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings. So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproduction freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. This is the story of Donald Trump. His entire life, Trump has believed he's above the law, that no one would ever dare hold him accountable. He lies, he rips off workers, he sexually abuses women.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
He cheats in business. He cheated on his wife with a porn star and paid her off so the American people wouldn't find out during an election. But in the criminal justice system, ordinary Americans have had the courage to find him accountable, time and time again.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts.
For the first time in history, we have a convicted felon running for president. And to take on this case, we need a president who has spent her life prosecuting perpetrators like Donald Trump. He tried overturning Georgia's free and fair election.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
He's tried to escape any responsibility for instigating the January 6th attack on our Capitol.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
And if elected, Trump has promised to overturn laws that would keep him accountable and exact retribution on anyone he considers an enemy, even warning of a bloodbath if he doesn't get his way. So we, the people, have a chance to render our own verdict on Donald Trump. We are the jury he most fears. When we vote this November, we vote for justice, accountability, and the rule of law that keeps America free.
Folks, we're going to take a break from the live coverage for a moment or two, but we're still here live. We're just going to chat with you ourselves for a few. We have a very special guest, as you can see, representing the, do we need our light? It's a little dark over here. Does that light work? The National Coalition on, that's better. National Coalition for Black Civic Participation, none other than our queen, who honored Reverend...
Move your computer.
Move my computer. Honored the Reverend Jesse Jackson tonight. This is the 40th anniversary of his first run for president. You weren't born yet.
No.
I was 17.
Yeah, I was 2.
Right. And no, y'all said you weren't born.
I was the clergy coordinator for Jesse Jackson.
Well, we knew you couldn't deny it. That must have been something and meaningful.
But on a serious note, I was a student at Clark College.
That's right.
When he, and it just come out. The year before I was still in school.
Right.
So my first, real entree, living in Atlanta around all our civil rights folks, right, was working for STL, volunteering for STLC and a lot of Kingston and all these other things, going to Selma, Montgomery when I was a student.
Right.
Reverend James Orange and all of those. That's how I met Reverend Jesse Jackson, was through Reverend James Orange. And so to be able to be a part of honoring him tonight, I thank my sister Mignon Moore, Pierces, and all of those who work on Leah, Daughtry, and all of them for the opportunity to be a part of this, and that to lift up the civil rights movement as on the first night of the convention was an honor.
Yeah, it is, and he deserved. We're in his hometown, we're in Chicago.
Yes.
And without him, there would have been no Geraldine Ferraro, no Bill Clinton, no Hillary Clinton, no Barack Obama, and obviously now no Kamala Harris.
And one of the things that I was blessed to be able to, in my remarks, I was there with David Johnson.
Yes, you were.
And he lifted up a lot of the brothers. I was able to lift up the sisters.
Yeah, that's right.
I started off with Reverend Willie Barrow.
That's right.
Chicago.
Co-founded.
And Ella Baker.
That's right. Co-founded Bread Basket and Push and all that.
Amelia Boynton.
Yeah.
Robinson. Shirley Chisholm. Barbara Jordan.
Right.
I was able to lift those names and lift up their spirits in this place, because for them and many others down the family Hamer and on, there would be no Kamala Harris either.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right. Well, you must feel great, because this is we about to get a black woman president, Melanie. How you feel about that?
Oh, I feel great. I have my movement shoes on, so I'm ready to run.
Yeah.
This race. I'm speaking as Melanie Campbell because we're talking partisan right now.
Right.
But yeah, it's and in movement, a lot of times we don't allow ourselves to celebrate.
That's right.
And we're celebrating this week.
Yeah.
This is a long time coming.
Yeah.
And I want to thank. I know this is the night that we thank that we see President Joe Biden, who I think will go down in history. Correct me if I'm wrong. Has been one of the greater presidents who really didn't have to do this.
How many presidents can we remember who would have handed that football off to a sister?
Giving up power to anybody.
But
right.
But let's be clear, and I'm going to say this in front of you, because we're dealing with this Gaza stuff, and some folks said to me, well, Kamala's just another part of establishing empire. I'm like, actually, she's not, and I want to be very specific about that. She was not the first choice for vice president in 2020. We did that. You organized women to send that letter to Biden. We organized men. That wasn't going to go down like this. So it wasn't like she was in there like that.
No.
We made that happen. And then a month, 3 weeks ago, they were going to go in another direction. And we said,
Oh, no.
Over our dead bodies.
Oh, no.
So when I say that to people, she literally was not the chosen establishment candidate. We did that, did we not?
And a whole lot of us.
Yeah.
Right. And of course, she was ready for the job.
Yeah.
So that part was easy.
Right.
So I think that history will show that Kamala Harris was prepared.
That's right.
It wasn't like this was some experiment
Thank
whether or
you.
not a black woman could be president of the United States. She's the most qualified.
Mm-hmm.
She's the most experienced. She's the most gifted, the most talented. And really, it shouldn't even be a close election. So the question is,
that part.
It tells you something about America.
Mm-hmm.
That with her talent and her skills, and Donald Trump's bigotry and hate and divisiveness, that millions of Americans would still choose that over somebody that's well qualified. But I just want to say in front of Melanie Campbell that 2024 is the year of the black woman.
Thank you.
Hands down.
Come on.
Hands down. Our sisters have never been given enough credit for the civil rights movement. You know, they've always been there, but never given the credit.
Right.
Now, so I can tell you their ancestors are turning over pleasantly in their graves.
That's right.
To witness
Dancing.
what is going down.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, while this debate about diversity, equity, and inclusion has been going on, and some of these corporations retreating, out of this convention, diversity is what's going to save America.
Yeah.
Diversity is what's going to empower America.
That's right.
Not just domestically, but on the world stage.
Yes, sir.
All these conflicts that are going on, you mentioned the Gaza. Listen, it's going to take leadership. It's going to take bold leadership. I believe that if the women of Israel and the women of Gaza and the women of the United States have a meeting someplace, we settle this.
Be done.
It's over with.
Yeah. I hear you. You're right about that.
The year of the black woman, Mom.
I'm with you. Listen, I'm with you. Wait. Also, we failed to mention Black Women's Roundtable. But so let's be practical and let's try to shift back to nonpartisan for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
NCB, CP, your role the next 70 days and what you all do.
Look, build up the gas tanks and keep the gas tank full and get on this ground and get this vote out. And the enthusiasm is there. But you still have to
So, Millie,
organize.
I hope
I'll come out of it.
I hope down in Georgia, you're going to have to bail me out. You're going to have to bail me out of jail. Because I'm buying a truckload of water. And I'm taking it to the vote.
to the precincts. I got some folks that'll get you out of jail.
You got lawyers
in Georgia. We got some lawyers out there in Georgia. Look out for you.
Dr. King taught us we have to break immoral laws. We have to break the apartheid that still exists with this voter suppression, voter intimidation. You know, if we don't do it, it won't get fixed. So to me, this is an opportunity and a responsibility to overwhelm the voter suppressors, to overwhelm the voter intimidators. If we have the largest voter turnout in American history, it'll send. So I want the sister not just to get elected. I want her to win by a landslide.
A mandate. Need to win up and down. She needs to win up and down the tickets.
So,
but let me say this: is one of the things that's very important. You say, when we say get out there and organize, what do I mean by that? I mean, it's like the people who are watching tonight, they're gonna vote. The people who are in the room tonight gonna vote. We gotta get in communities where folks are not watching.
Right.
The local news, let alone all of what we're doing here. We gotta get in community. One of the things that we did during the primaries, nonpartisan, okay? Reverend Tony Lee and a bunch of us, we did this Power the Ballot campaign. We won't be erased because we started it actually in 2023 in Florida, but to really go until we did nightlife, right? Well, they did. I paid for it. I go to bed. But literally going to the go-go club, going out throughout the week, 11 o'clock at night, getting to our folks where they are, meeting them where they are. And then one thing I've seen in this last few weeks is the enthusiasm amongst young people are there, providing them the opportunity to lead, because peer-to-peer works. I can talk to them doing the face, but if I get Daryl over there who runs our Black You Vote program, to have a conversation. We were out there organizing, and we had our bus out there, and Daryl was. We all had teams, because my thing is I'm gonna get out there in the streets with my folks. So I had my team, they had their team, and by the time it was all done, they didn't want to go with me. Everybody wanted to go with Daryl, and I said, "Come go with me this time." And they said, "We on Daryl's team."
Right.
Why? Because he could relate to them. So I think that's the other part of it. We have to provide the resources for our young people to get out there, because the numbers are, if young people under the age of 30 turned out in their numbers, they could change this country overnight.
That's right.
And so we want to motivate them and give them the resources and let them do the creative ideas that are needed in order to do what needs to be done. But it's going to take that. We're going to have to fight in the courts. We got to fight in the streets. We got to fight. We got to make sure resources, Black press has what they need to get the word out, because you are a trusted source, and that's important because there's so much bad information out there, and we know that, and they're not going to stop. It's going to escalate, right?
And they're targeting
targeting our young people, and Black men, brothers. This has been going on, but it's been so exciting. Can I say this as a sister?
Yeah.
To see the brothers step up the way y'all did, with Joe Taker's call, we had 44,000, and then the next night, and then we roll. And see, Black folks, we will. I know we give to the church, but Obama's campaign, we will give to campaigns if we really truly believe in it, and we saw that happen. And then other folks. Now let me ask y'all about this. I know you interviewed me, but did you ever think in a million years we would be okay to see that the white women and the white men was having calls?
That's right.
And
Can you believe it?
we gave them free. They're free. They were free to say you had the white dudes for Kamala.
Wait. And did you see how the white women were talking to each other on the call? Like, y'all got to get yourselves together, because everybody's been waiting on you white women to do what you're supposed to do.
And that's the thing.
Yeah. No, you absolutely.
And then you have Republicans for Harris.
Yeah.
Well, I was on the evangelicals for Harris call, and one of the brother evangelicals, good old Reverend, got on there. He said, "I'm pro-life. I believe conception begins life begins in conception. I'm against abortion, but you know what? America is my baby, and Trump's trying to abort my baby of America. So I'm pro-life. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris to save my baby." So the women on the call texted me. I'm up next week saying, "You just going to let him say that?" You know what I did? I said, "Whatever works. Go ahead. Amen, brother. I'm with you all the way. I'm pro-life too. Let's save this baby." I got that vote. I'm just trying to get that vote now. We got 70 days, y'all.
I'm going to leave that alone.
70 days to get this done. And one band, one sound.
Yeah.
That's what we got to do. No, this is monumental in so many ways. And you're right, we've got to reach our young people, we've got to reach our young sisters and brothers, confront the disinformation they're getting. Mm-hmm. I was an Uber driver this week, a young woman, has 3 young children, all under the age of 10. She said, "I'm so busy, I don't have time to watch the news." That's how you feel about Kamala. I just haven't had time to get into it. I don't even bother to vote anymore. I'm too busy. And that's reality for a lot of people. We sleep, eat, and drink this a lot of times. And I said, "Sister, can I make a suggestion?" She said, "Yes." I said, she told me she voted for Barack Obama in 2008. I said, "Do this. Vote for Kamala Harris. Go out there and do it, even though you feel like you don't have time, so you can say to your children, you voted for the first Black man president, and that you voted for the first Black woman president. You need to say that to you, be able to say that to your children. That's something they'll never forget. You all will always remember." And she said, "You know what, you right. I need to go ahead and do that." Mm-hmm. So we got to appeal to that sense of culture and history and importance for this moment, Melanie. It's so big.
Nobody sit on the sidelines.
No, nobody. And a real man.
And again, I'm speaking as me.
That's because you. And I know we keep going back and forth, y'all. Listen, y'all want to give Melanie some trouble, call me. Don't blame it on me. Don't blame it on her. And the thing is that this is being a real man can support a woman, can support what a woman stands for, and see a woman. I had a couple folks, I was Black woman from church, God said, I said, stop right there. I don't want to hear that. About can a woman do nothing? That's not Jesus. told the women to go tell the disciples that he was risen. He didn't say, go get the men so I can tell them something. He said to the women, so we need to support our sister. How can people support you and what you're doing? And I want y'all to understand this. We've got to stop being spectators. All of you listening and watching, Melanie's doing great work. How can people help you in your work and help try to reach some of these young people?
Well, get involved. Contact us. You can follow us. You can reach us at Black Women's Roundtable or the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. We continue to raise money. It costs money to get out the vote, but also we can connect you and you want to volunteer. And then if you don't want to do our organization, because I'm a coalition builder, there's so many organizations out there. And then if you don't want to deal with an organization, be an organization in your household. Because I'm telling you, the role that we play and influence, even though people say that young people don't listen to, they listen to their parents. They listen to them. They listen. And so organize right where you are. And if you don't have any kids in the house, you help the block. Because it's going to take that grassroots touching folks. And getting folks to the polls. Take somebody. And then right now, just want everybody to do this list. Because some of these folks are still trying to take our vote. They're trying to pull you off the rolls. Make sure you check your voter registration status. Now, even you, me, all of us, because you got some of these states where they're going to try to pull us off of the rolls. Georgia's trying to pull 200,000. So Georgia folks, if you're listening, I don't care how many years you've been voting. You've been voting for 50 years or been voting for 5 days or you just registered. Check your registration status, vote.org. They can check that. Go to vote.org and check to make sure they have not purged you from the rolls. Because there's a lot of games, and I always tell folks, and a lot of us say this, all of us, if they're trying to take something from it, there's a reason for it. Because it's got power in it. It's power in that ballot. So don't think that it doesn't matter, that your one vote won't matter. It does. And then if you get the 1 and the 2 and the 3, if we collectively, and we're not a monolith, but we know this is a moment that will go down either forwards or backwards. We got to decide we're going to the future together or we're going to perish together. Because there is a force that is serious about erasing our existence as a people in this country. And God gave us another chance. So let's take advantage of it.
That's right.
So, Mark, before Melanie goes,
yes,
I want to say something on behalf of the Black Press of America.
Okay.
We want to thank the phenomenal Melanie Campbell.
Yes.
For her leadership. Melanie, you mean so much to our publishers, over 200 African American owned newspapers. It's intergenerationally now, that message with a trusted voice of the Black community. And we got to combat now that disinformation and misinformation. But I just want to say to you, on behalf of the Black press, we appreciate and admire your leadership. I'm pleased to tell you that 50% of all of our publishers now are Black women. Yeah. And strong.
I did not know that.
And so what I just want to say, because a lot of times in the movement, we don't take enough time to thank one another, or to lift up one another, or to salute one another.
That's right.
And I just want to let you know that the Black press appreciate you, salute you, and we're going to be out there with you every day. GOTV, get this vote out. I want us to have the largest Black voter turnout in American history. And it could be done. That's why we got to take this momentum from this convention, which is great. We got to make sure we take that momentum back to all of our places of worship, all of our places of work, all of our places of home, community, all our fraternities, sororities, all of our organizations. We got so many organizations. We got to work together for a common cause. So thank you so much.
Well, we stand on your shoulders. So cannot say that and mean that.
That's right.
Sitting here talking about it. You and that, stop. So what am I complaining for? Right? So thank you.
I agree with Dr. Chaves. Folks, you all don't know. We can't even tell you all the things Melanie does behind the scenes to keep this train running. Okay, in terms of our people, our movement. And she does that oftentimes with great courage and great risk. And as a woman, there's still some folk who don't want to accept leadership from a woman. that don't want to accept leadership from women in general. So Melanie stands up a lot of times in places where she's not welcome to stand up and holds that envelope. And I appreciate it. We all do appreciate it. We're a lot better off because we still have the Melanie Campbells. And she does stand on it. She's continuing the work of the great women in the movement, the Ella Bakers, the C. Dolores Tuckers. You know, the folk who a lot of times didn't get the credit they deserve, but because they were black women standing the gap, said, no, this will not go down this way. Melanie is doing that, and somebody come, well, Melanie did something I didn't like. I said, well, if you didn't like it, I like it because she did it. I'm the opposite. Whatever she does is fine with me. Even when she's wrong, she's right, as far as I'm concerned. Folk come in, I didn't want Melanie. I said, I don't care. If you tell me you didn't like it, I'm all for it even more. So now I'm, so don't even mess with me. I defend you when you don't even know it.
Well, thank you.
Melanie Campbell, ncbcp.org.
Yes,
all right. And then there's the Black Women's Roundtable. Win with Black Women every Sunday night. That didn't just pop up one night. They've been doing this
4 years.
And this is the toil that they've done in the vineyard, and now it is paying off. We are reaping the harvest for this. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
We love you. We love you.
All right.
Thank you, Melanie.
Folks, we're gonna go back to the floor.
All right, y'all.
And whatnot. Yes, ma'am. And we're gonna go back to the floor.
Thank you, Melanie.
And see what's happening on the floor.
Okay.
At the Democratic convention, and I'm not sure who's quite up now, but we'll check in and see who's up. And Jasmine Crockett spoke. What Jasmine say?
She said, "Who would you hire, Kamala or Donald Trump?" Kamala has a resume. He has 34 convictions.
A resume. He's got 34 convictions.
He's a career criminal.
That's Stacey Brown reporting on.
She said Donald Trump has a rap sheet plus 2 impeachments and one star to prove it.
Wait a minute, say that again. A conviction of what? 34 fellas. 2 impeachments.
And 1 star to prove it all.
1 point star to prove it all. Lord have mercy. Bless her heart. We're going to go live now, and let me just tell you who this is, so we're not blind as to who some of these speakers. I do have the run of show now, Stacey. Lord have mercy. We heard from Jamie Raskin. We heard from Representative Jasmine Crockett, and we're now hearing from some citizens in Texas as they discuss reproductive freedom. So let's take you back to the floor. Let's take a listen. I just need to get my audio up, y'all. There we go. Here we are.
2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, "What happened to you happened to me." Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters
cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parent's child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion. She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now, I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others, Governor Andy Beshear.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Please welcome Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock.
Well, hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's way across Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me. I choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Please welcome Delaware Senator Chris Coons.
Good evening, folks. Good evening, America. Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our president, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: "You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty." 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. Thank you all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Vivian Warewell, and I'm a 4th grade student at Christian McAuliffe. I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating. So when I heard you were coming, I really wanted to meet you. I adore you because you embrace change from my generation, and the ones to come. I look up to you. Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome first daughter, Ashley Biden.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in DC, tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. You all will know me. No, no, I'm kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was a city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol that 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable, and our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had to listen to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. And America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming a nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up, and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too.
Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember we told we couldn't get anything done because the we couldn't get anything done in the Congress. But with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service institutions, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We've fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? But guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level in more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senator from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th President of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was the consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it, but guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, me and my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people, and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. Thank you. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress. We have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increased our taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. So join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart, when my days are through, America, America, I gave my best to you. I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.